you object, that means that you have a consent to be recorded, and that's all great. Any questions? Procedural or before we get started? Plan is clear. Let's go and get started. All right. So we said that we're going to cover 3 sections. The first one is the heart of analytics. In that heart of analytics section, we're going to have actually 5 subsections. All right. And let's go and get started. The first one is going to be about the need for data warehousing. And the question number 1 here is the data warehouse still relevant? I can't tell you how often I hear vendors claiming that, their technologies, their products actually can bypass data warehousing. You don't need it. And in some cases, this may happen. For example, right now I have a client, big insurance company. Their business revolves around Dynamics, Microsoft Dynamics. They don't care about everything else, or at least the department that I'm working with. So they open Power BI, they connect to Dynamics, they join the tables, and everything works. But for the most part, this is going to be a very short-sighted story. You guys know it, I know it. If I work for a relatively large organization, mid-sized organization, the chances that I have to integrate multiple systems together, right? And you know that this is not easy. That data needs to be staged, needs to be cleansed, needs to be matched with each other, and also needs to be optimized for reporting. So instead of having normalized schemas, we gotta have a schema that is suitable for reporting. We call that star schema. So that repository that we're going to put, that centralized repository, we call it data warehouse. And the data warehouse, I can tell you from experience, it's still a very, very relevant concept, right? So today, all businesses are data businesses. Data is the new currency for this generation. It doesn't matter what your company does. It's very important to understand your business. So Microsoft called this, to give you another fancy term, digital feedback loop. What does that mean? It means that we collect the data, we analyze it, we use the insights to improve the processes. So there is a loop, kind of a feedback loop, constant feedback loop. BI never stops. There is always new requirements, but the whole idea is to be able to improve at the end our processes. So I'm going to go really quick through this marketing slides here. Of course, also a lot of organizations are looking at AI, machine learning to make even smarter decisions. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this. Okay, so here is the picture. Let's say you're a developer in your organization or architect, and you are tasked to develop data warehouse in the cloud, right? Because lots of organizations, that's what they do nowadays. They don't want to invest in servers on-prem. That's a big capital investment. They want to do it in the cloud. So from architectural standpoint, how that's going to work? Well, this is the big picture, but let's just go layer by layer. So typically, building a cloud-based solution for analytics require ingesting data from a lot of places. On-prem, cloud, devices, software as a service. So I mentioned about Dynamics, Salesforce, something like that. I want to match it up, all of this together. So if this has to be platform as a service, meaning that I don't want to install anything in the cloud like VM and stuff like that, I just want to provision a service and Microsoft actually takes care about upgrading it, then the technology for ingesting the data, also called ETL, extraction, transformation, loading, the Microsoft technology for it is called Azure Data Factory. Many of you probably on the call have experience with SSIS. You can still, if you have experience in SSIS and this is what you prefer to use, you can still do that. But that will require provisioning a VM one way or the other on the cloud, right? On Microsoft Azure. If you're looking for pure platform as a service, Azure Data Factory is the technology to go. It's a relatively new, Microsoft is kind of completely, if you're coming from SSIS, it has no relevance, no relationship with SSIS. Initially, it was very basic. Microsoft have done some improvements on it. I'm going to talk a little bit more about it. I personally, in my consulting projects, I like to use so-called ELT pattern. If you use that pattern, the tool for ETL becomes irrelevant because it's very simple. All you need to do is stage data, transform the data, and you can do that in store procedures and things like this. So I personally use that in my projects, and Azure Data Factory, it's a good tool for it. Then, oh, by the way, if you guys have questions, something is not clear, like what is he talking about? I forgot to mention that probably you kind of guessed from my accent that I'm not local. I'm actually originally from Eastern Europe, living in the States for 23 years or something like that. So if you don't understand a thing what I'm saying, hopefully Microsoft Teams will help. They have something called captions that you can enable when you go to the triple dot menu. Hopefully that will make it clear. But a lot of people also interested in open source technologies like Spark or Databricks, which is essentially built on top of Sparks. Why are they interested in that? Because the primary reason would be, well, you can use Spark and Databricks for a lot of things like ETL, but machine learning is, there is a huge investments that the open source community does in machine learning technologies. Things like Scala, data scientists prefer to use notebooks, Python maybe, R, that kind of stuff. So if your organization is interested in doing that, you can actually provision also. You're probably going to be interested in, of course, we're doing this on the cloud. So probably going to be interested in technology called Azure Databricks, right? And then for the data warehouse, we use, so there are on the cloud in Microsoft Azure, we have not one, not two, but three implementation of SQL Server. So we have something called Azure SQL Database, we have Azure SQL Managed Instance, and we have Azure SQL Data Warehouse. So at least for me, a few years ago, it was, which technology do I choose? I want to do some kind of a data warehouse on the cloud. Which one? So I guess the most important criteria here is how much data you're going to be dealing with, right? So if it's itsy bitsy data warehouse, like less than 1 terabyte of data, then all of these technologies will work. SQL database, managed instance, or Azure SQL data warehouse. But SQL database and managed instance are designed for OLTP workloads, transactional workloads, and the reason why they designed for that way is because for example, one thing that they do full logging. Every time there is a transaction, it goes into the log, it gets replicated to the replicas. So if there is a failure, you can actually restore it, right? For data warehousing, typically we do massive ETL jobs. We update millions, if not more, data. So that technologies, Azure SQL Database and Managed Instance, they actually going to present performance challenges, probably, right? So the way Microsoft positioned actual Azure SQL Data Warehouse is if you have data loads if your data is like more than 0.5 terabyte of size, Azure SQL Data Warehouse will be probably a good fit. Even if it's less than that, probably it's a good idea to start with Azure SQL Data Warehouse. Why? Because it's still SQL Server behind the scenes. If I want to get, let's say start with, if I say, okay, I have a very small data warehouse, so maybe I can go and do it on Azure SQL Database. If you go that path, you will find that to get a good performance, even with smaller data, you have to actually get to a higher performance tier. Well, at that point, the price point, if you decide to save money, it's kind of very comparable to the lowest tier of Azure SQL Data Warehouse, which, by the way, gives you a lot of CPU power. Even if you go for the lowest one, you're going to have at least like 4 cores or something like this, and I forgot how much memory. So it might be a good idea to start there. Also, Azure SQL Database cannot be stopped, cannot be paused. So you always incur cost, while Azure SQL Data Warehouse actually can be paused. For example, imagine you're running ETL jobs at night and you're using Power BI or analysis services to cache the data, right? So you've got a semantic layer on top of the data warehouse. So then if you're going to go with this architecture, more than likely that data warehouse is not going to be hit directly by reports, right? They're going to go to the cache. So in this case, what you can do, actually, you can pause it and you can save cost, right? So we have Azure SQL Data Warehouse. Now Microsoft rebranded it as Azure Synapse, and we're going to take a little bit, we're going to explain in a moment why now they decided to do that, what was wrong with SQL Data Warehouse. Then also we have other services. One of the good things about Azure SQL Data Warehouse is that it integrates with Power BI or Azure Machine Learning if you want to do predictive analytics. And we have at the top, at the bottom, we have Azure Data Lake Storage. So how is that useful? Well, to do your data integration effort, more than likely you have to deal with files. It will be, you can consider yourself lucky if you can connect directly to the source system through API or directly to the database. In this case, maybe you can get away without staging the data, because there is no point of actually getting the data from a relational database, putting it as files to make your life more miserable, and then from there, put it into another relational database. But if you have to deal with files, then you have to put them somewhere. And typically, traditionally, we'll put them in FTP site location of some kind, but we can do better. We can stage all of these files in a data lake. We can organize it in folders, as you can see, and we can put security on top of that. Who has access to these folders, right? And this is very cheap, because storage is very cheap. I don't know, I forgot what 1 gigabyte costs, but like cents or something like that. So there is no reason why not to use it. Now it's highly scalable data lake. It can scale to petabytes. So that would be my preference for staging files if I have to deal with files, right? So that's the big picture. So Microsoft has this ambitious idea of combining the Azure Databricks, which is the Spark layer on top of that, the Azure SQL Data Warehouse, kind of give us more integrated experience, including Azure Data Lake. And they brand this now, instead of calling it Azure SQL Data Warehouse, we call it Azure Synapse Analytics. So we cover section 1, we go to section 2. Some of the challenges. Now we're going to drill a little bit more about the benefits of using, why we need this kind of integrated offering. This is some of the things that clients are telling Microsoft. 80%, everybody wants to have BI and machine learning, but 80% of users are still struggling to become mature users of data. So data integration is a big issue. 55% say data silos, cite report data silos and data management difficulty, right? So there are 2 pervasive trends in BI today and data analytics. One of them is data science, and the other one is the traditional BI, right? So typically organizations approach this from 2 different angles. For data science, we're going to have a data lake. We're going to put, excuse me, files into a data lake. For BI, we're going to put it into a data warehouse. So they kind of separate 2 different worlds, right? The problem with this is that there are security challenges. How do we secure that data? Such as row level, column level security. How do we secure a platform so actually It scales. How do we make it scalable? How do we provide management with kind of a unified view? So there are security challenges if we separate the two worlds together. Also, there is a scalability challenges. Well, some users may not need to have instantaneous response times when they do machine learning or BI, but some users like executives or maybe sales department needs to have more more guaranteed performance, right? If they hit the data warehouse directly. So typically organizations will do clusters, will add more hardware, but we'll see later on how Synapse have something called workloads, where you can say the sales department actually is going to can consume as much as 60% of the resources in the data warehouse, whereas another group of people can actually consume the rest. So the Azure SQL Data Warehouse coming from SQL Server has a resource governor that allows to do things like this, to kind of prioritize access to the data. As far as data science needs a real data lake. Developers need to do DevOps. So those are some of the challenges that Synapse is attempting to address. Now, I gotta mention that out of all of these things that we talked about so far, the only thing that is generally available right now, it's released, is the Azure SQL Data Warehouse. The other stuff, the integration points, the unified experience, it's still in preview. So Microsoft is still working on that, but we can see even with the preview features where they're trying to go. And what they're trying to go is to merge the data lake to kind of make it easier for us to integrate this, merge it with data warehousing, merge it with open source technologies like Spark, so that they give you what they call limitless platform for data analytics. Now, limitless, it's kind of an overloaded term. Nothing is limitless. Every technology has, you know it, I know it, have limitations. By limitless, what we're going to mean, at least at this point, is scaling up, ability to start small, but if I have to scale to terabytes, both on the data lake side, on the data warehouse side, I have the technology to do that instead of reaching a storage limitations or performance limitations. So I think that's the beauty of the platform, right? Okay. So limitless analytics. All right. So let's take a look at how, if you're interested in BI, doing business intelligence and data warehouse, how they come together with Synapse. Sources and tools are always evolving, always expanding in capabilities, right? From a business standpoint, from the consumer standpoint, business users expect tools and services that work. And self-service BI, it's a very important trend. Obviously, that's a big driving force behind this, behind data analytics. Governance is also very important. So IT cannot control everything nowadays. The role is to provide governance, to support, to provide the framework, so actually business users can actually access data and be able to gain insights. People are talking about curated data. They want data to be clean, so they can, again, they do self-service analytics on top of corporate data. So this slide emphasizes the role of data models. So in a nutshell, storing the data in a relational database itself may not be the best thing that we can do from BI standpoint. I'm a big fan of semantic models. And semantic models in the Microsoft world are implemented typically with the technology called analysis services. So even if you use so we have different tools in the Microsoft BI platform. We have Power BI, we have SQL Server Analysis Services, we have Azure Analysis Services. All of these technologies behind the scenes, they use a technology called Analysis Services Tabular. So if I have a user who uses Power BI Desktop, they import some data, they mesh it up together, and they deploy it to Power BI. Well, guess what happens? You know, behind Power BI service, there is a farm of Azure Analysis Services tabular models. So that little file is actually going to end up being a database on Azure Analysis Services tabular, right? So when I built my projects, you have a data warehouse, and as we said, Azure SQL Data Warehouse, it's great technology for it. But on top of that, I implement a semantic model. And that semantic model, we can implement it in Power BI. So for example, if you're on Power BI Premium, you can use either Power BI Desktop, you can use SQL Data Tools, or you can use Tabular Editor. You can develop your semantic model and you can push it to Power BI Premium. And there are some good reasons for you to do that instead of deploying it to on-prem Analysis Services Tabular or Azure Analysis Services Tabular. Because when Power BI owns the data, all reporting features work, and you're always on the latest and greatest as far as semantic models. So for example, let's say I'm building a data warehouse and I have a huge table and I don't want to cache that data. It's just, I don't have memory to do that. Or maybe I'm doing real-time BI. Things are always arriving in my data warehouse, right? There is no time to do processing. So some data, maybe it's real time, some data may not be real time. And I want to build a kind of consolidated semantic model on top of that. Well, if I deploy my semantic model to Power BI, we have a feature called composite data models. So some I can decide to leave some data in direct query mode, the real-time data, for instance, and some of it I may want to cache it for performance reasons. And in the second half of the training, you're going to see actually an example of this. You're going to see how you can combine cache data with direct query in Power BI. So as a consultant, if the client has Power BI Premium, nowadays my destination, my first choice to deploy the semantic models will be to deploy to Power BI Premium. If the client does not have Power BI Premium, unfortunately, I cannot use other tools. I can still use Power BI Desktop, but I cannot use Visual Studio to develop my semantic models because the endpoint for doing this, for integrating Visual Studio with Power BI Premium, is not enabled in Power BI Pro. And also we have limitations that the largest data set in Power BI Pro is limited to 1 GB. So typically organizational semantic models are bigger than that. So then I will fall back on either using on-prem SQL Server Analysis Services, or if I have to do it in the cloud, I will go and deploy to Azure Analysis Services. So there is a question from Ed. Can other tools access the semantic models? Would that affect your choice for implementation, analysis service, or PBI? So this is a very good question. And again, it's really important about what technology, what Power BI technology we use. If we are on Power BI Premium, when you deploy your semantic model to Power BI Premium, there is something called XMLA endpoint. XMLA, basically, it's a web service that Analysis Services Tabular listens for requests. Everything you do with analysis services goes through that endpoint. When you deploy your models, when you read the data, everything goes through this web service called XMLA endpoint. In Power BI Premium, that service is, that endpoint is available for read and write access. What that means for me is that I can use the semantic models deployed to Power BI Premium from any tool, any reporting tool that can connect to analysis services. So I can use Excel, I can use Power BI Desktop, I can use Tableau, I can use any tool, again, that can talk to analysis services tabular. And most of them will, because this technology has been around for a long, long time. If I'm on Power BI Pro, however, that endpoint is not going to be available for me. And as I mentioned, we also have some additional limitations. So then the choice becomes a little bit more difficult to make. But based on my consulting experience, mid-size, large organizations, they go with Power BI Premium because of its advantages like this and other benefits that it has. So I hope that I answered this question from Matt. If you have follow-up questions, please let me know. But I'm a big fan, again, of semantic models. Microsoft here kind of divided in different groups. They say that for enterprise model, they actually Azure Synapse Analytics. Now, when I watched this class, the way it was delivered by Microsoft, there was a question. Now that we have Azure Synapse Analytics, which is essentially our relational database, do we need analysis services? And Microsoft said, no, we don't think you need it anymore. What we see from our clients is they hit the data warehouse directly. Personally, I will be very skeptical to advise my clients to go that path. You can definitely do that. You can actually have a reporting tool hitting your data warehouse, but then where are you going to put your business calculations? Where are you going to put your security layer? What about the question that Ed just asked? What about if I want to have reporting tools, other reporting tools other than Power BI, connecting and getting insights without requiring the user to write SQL statements? How am I going to do that? So then you can say, well, can we use Power BI on top of that? You can, but as I mentioned, when you use Power BI, you're essentially building a semantic model which is deployed to Azure Analysis Services. So I personally prefer to have that layer. Doesn't matter how it's implemented and how it's deployed. Do you use Power BI? Do you use on-prem analysis services or Azure analysis services? I would like to have it on top of it. Now, as I mentioned, there are some complexities. What about if the data is too large to fit the memory? What about if I need real-time BI? Then we have solutions for this, as I mentioned, with composite models and things like this. But I would like to centralize my business calculations, my security in a semantic model. So this is still valid. I wouldn't agree that hitting the data warehouse directly makes sense in all cases, right? So hopefully I'm not confusing you too much here. This shouldn't be a surprise for you. Data warehousing has been around for a long time, and you guys know that hitting it directly has advantages and disadvantages. So typically we have semantic layer on top of that. Okay, so now this is a good question. Going into self-service BI versus organizational BI. So you mentioned about semantic layers, but then if business users are tech smart, imagine you have a smart data analyst and they're data literate, why do we need enterprise layer? Why we cannot open our data to our business users and you say, as a developer or IT, I'm actually busy, I cannot help you, but here is the data, go ahead and do models, Power BI desktop, for example, models on your own. The problem with this approach is that sooner or later, this is going to lead to chaos. Data is going to be imported and re-imported. Theo creates a data model from the same data, he imports it. Somebody else creates data model, they import it too. Right? So We have challenges: security, data proliferation. There is no unified vision behind it. There is no governance and things like this. So, but then the question is, if enterprise models are so important, why do users need self-service BI models? Well, they need it for flexibility. And again, the second part of this training goes more into it. That's why I like it, because Microsoft shares their best practices, because initially it looks like they started on the self-service BI path predominantly, and they realized that this is not the way to go. So they came up with this idea, which I like very much, which is discipline at the core, flexibility on the edge, which is the advice that has been given to my clients for a long, long time. I personally would like to see most of the effort. I like the 80-20 principle. So let's say 80% to go into organizational BI, staging the data, cleaning it, transforming it, putting into a data warehouse, creating an organizational semantic model that can address the most important questions for your business. What are my sales? What is my revenue? Or if you're an insurance company, what are my premium? What are my losses? All right. And then what I like about self-service BI is that it's flexible. So it's not an exclusive choice. It's the combination of the two, where the organizational BI delivers the single version of the truth. Microsoft call it discipline at the core, and the self-service BI allows business users to mesh it up with the data that is not in the data warehouse. So we call this flexibility. They call it flexibility on the edge. Okay, obviously we want to do machine learning on top of that. Got it. So let's go with section 4. And this one is about why do we need cloud for data warehousing? Obviously, SQL Server has been around for a long, long time. Many organizations, they still use on-prem. They still have on-prem data warehouses for one reason or another. But I can tell you from experience that especially when companies start from scratch, let's say they don't have a data warehouse, they want to build it, or especially smaller companies, cloud is their default choice. Why? Mostly because nobody wants nowadays to actually set up servers, VMs, upgrade them. Not to mention that if I have to build a data warehouse at the scale, well, this technology, Azure SQL Data Warehouse, is also available as an on-prem offering that you can install. But then it's super expensive, to purchase that. And by the time that maybe expense is justified down the road, well, it's time to upgrade it. Nobody wants to do this anymore. So cloud is the default choice. Organizations are moving slowly but surely to the cloud. And Microsoft also put security locks around the data, such as there is they have a different level of security. In fact, I will, some organizations, when we started a few years ago about, with this cloud concept, they were worried about security. I personally would be more comfortable to have my data in the Microsoft Center and let Microsoft worry about the, security vulnerabilities as far as denial of service attacks and stuff like that than actually doing this on-prem. I'm not saying that you don't have to worry about security on-prem, things like injections and stuff like that. But as far as the cloud, we have more, if you want to do, like, for example, multi-factor authentication, well, you can very easily do that. So a lot of things are very, very easy on the cloud from security, for security and other reasons. I talk about the high infrastructure costs that are cost prohibitive. If we have to do on-prem, we want to do something simple. If I want to scale maybe from 4 cores to 8 cores, I want to just go and drag a slider. It's easy as that. I don't want to ask IT to actually go and give me new cores. Who knows how long this is going to take, right? Scalability is very easy on the cloud. Okay. And the good thing about Azure Synapse Analytics is that it, as I mentioned, has integration points. So Power BI, as you know, it's a very popular offering nowadays with for data analytics. Azure Synapse gives you the scalability for your data warehouse. The good thing is that these two technologies can talk to each other very well. Not only these two, but also other technologies that we have in Microsoft. Later, we're going to talk a little bit about IoT streaming, but in this slide, they emphasize the machine learning. I also talked to, obviously, Azure Synapse Analytics. And the final, we're going back to the architecture review here. So a little bit more about the architecture of Azure Synapse. So when you go and create a, when you go and provision Azure Synapse in Microsoft Azure, you create something called a workspace. That workspace can host two analytics runtime. By default, you will get the SQL runtime, which is the SQL data warehouse, right? But also you can provision a Databricks Apache Spark runtime. So as I mentioned before, if your organization is interested in open source technologies, for example, for data scientists, we can have these two runtimes hosted under the same umbrella, and we call this umbrella Azure Synapse Analytics. So what Microsoft wants to do further with this unified experience, which is why they came up with, instead of still continuing referencing to it as Azure SQL Data Warehouse, they want to now, they call it Azure Synapse. Number one, the reason for this is that now we're kind of meshing up, we're getting the SQL world and the open source world together under one umbrella, but also they have an additional kind of another ambition to bring unified experience for development. So you will see that there is something called Azure Synapse Studio, which is a cloud environment. So if you have worked with Azure Machine Learning, for instance, or Power Apps, you know that you can actually develop those things directly on the cloud. So what Microsoft is doing with this Azure Synapse Studio, they allow you to put things like Power BI datasets or Azure Data Factory data flows and pipelines in it. To be honest with you, I'm going to talk a little bit more about the Synapse Studio in a moment. I'm not that excited based on what I'm seeing right now about this unified experience. I'm going to let you be the judge and let me know if you share my view, but I think it's too basic. And I think that there are good reasons not to, for example, put my Azure data pipelines into this unified experience. For example, right now, I don't see an option to do source control. Well, we have it on Azure Data Factory. If I go directly into ADF Studio to create my ETL, but I don't see that in the Azure Synapse Studio. So I'm going to talk a little bit more when we get to it. I'm going to emphasize some of these disadvantages that I see. Bear in mind that you don't have to follow this. For example, if I create my ETL, I can do it in ADF, and ADF can connect to Azure Synapse just fine. If I create Power BI dataset, I can go and open Power BI desktop and create my dataset just fine. I don't have to actually follow this unified experience. There are good things in it, as we're going to see it. But when it comes to ADF and Power BI integration, I'm asking myself a question: what does really buy me to do this? And what potential disadvantages I'm going to have down the road, right? And you're going to see when you start going in the lab exercises, we're going to do that. We're going to see that. Okay, we've got that. Unified, unmatched platform marries the relational and the analytics world together. Okay, So this was the first section. Did I manage to cover it in 1 hour, more or less? Yes, managed to do that. All right. So now we're going to drill a little bit more about the kind of the technical underpinnings of Azure Synapse to help us understand from, at least from planning, from adoption standpoint, how it works, what is for us. Again, they emphasize the limitless capabilities, the ability to scale to a lot of data. The point here is that Azure is not a new technology. Azure SQL Data Warehouse has been around for a long time. Azure Synapse is essentially built on top of Azure SQL Data Warehouse, plus the ability, plus some additional integration points that will make our life as a developer hopefully easier. Some of you, when we started this meeting, some of you mentioned that they're also considering, especially if you're a consulting company, you know that customers sometimes have preferences. And from cloud data warehousing perspective, the biggest competitors of Azure Synapse are Google BigQuery and Snowflake, Amazon Redshift and Amazon Snowflake, right? So Microsoft has done some studies here, and they want to tell us that from a price performance standpoint, Azure Synapse has the lowest price point. I also want to emphasize the fact that you can save additional money by pausing the instance. Unlike Azure SQL Database, unlike Azure SQL Managed Instance, you can actually pause Azure Synapse when it's not in use. So that's another opportunity to save cost. Some of the companies, large companies that are using Azure Synapse, Newell, located actually in Atlanta, Walgreens, and so forth. Walgreens using for predictive analytics, Newell for actually very familiar with this company. They do their top to bottom Microsoft shop, and obviously they have a lot of data, Newell brands, so they store that in the cloud and Azure Synapse. There is a question from Ed. Did all of these new experiences work with Azure Data Catalog? So Azure Data Catalog is service in Azure that allows to catalog your data set. So for example, imagine I want to do pervasive self-service BI, but I would like the users to go to some kind of a catalog to see what kind of data sets are available, which one are curated and which one are not. So Microsoft had a version 1 of the catalog, which unfortunately didn't get good adoption. So they had version 2. To be honest with you, I don't see that technology being used. So, but to answer your question, do all of these new experiences work with the Azure Data Catalog? Well, guess what? Power BI doesn't know anything about the catalog right now. So if I go to Power BI desktop and I try to connect to the catalog and to get the data from there, as far as the last time I checked, we don't have a connector for it. Not to mention that Power BI does its own thing for data governance. So they have a concept of something called certified data sets that you're going to take a look at that in the second part of the training. So that data catalog, I still trying to have to get to see a good usage scenario of actually to consider it. But so I hope that answers your question. I don't think when you ask how these new experiences work with the Azure Data Catalog, you won't see Azure Data Catalog mentioned at all, I think, in these slides. You can, as far as I know, you can get a data set, you can put it there, connect it to Azure Synapse, but when it comes to consuming it from Power BI, then you have a barrier because I don't think we have a connector for it. right? There is a lot of talking about the catalog. There is a lot of talk nowadays about virtual data warehouses. So maybe you heard about technologies like Denodo, Costco, and some others. So the idea is that no matter where the data is, I want to expose it as a consumable data sets to my users. And one very exciting thing I'm going to emphasize about this later on is that, let's say I have a data on Azure Data Lake, right? And I want to expose that to be queried as SQL, or I have data somewhere else. So Azure Synapse has a technology called Polybase, which allows us to connect the data from different places and put it in my data warehouse as a virtual data set. The data doesn't have to be imported, can be actually queried on demand. And the good thing about it is that I can do that with SQL. I can actually go and create SQL query to go and query my files on Azure Data Lake. And this could be the answer of my virtual data warehouse, right? So we're going to take a look at that in a moment. What people are saying about Azure Data Warehouse, what some of the requirements it answers. We want to analyze data coming from different sources. Well, you can do that with the data warehousing. Want to leverage the analytics platform for fraud detection. You can do machine learning for advanced analytics. You want to do also real-time analytics. So that real-time analytics, eventually I was skeptical. I will say, oh, okay, I have my data warehouse and I want to actually stream the data into it. What's going to be the what will the performance look like? But according to I actually haven't tried doing that in real projects. I have one customer who is doing like a real-time pushes, but it's a very small data. But Microsoft is saying, if you have IoT, if you have streaming data, you can also put it in the Synapse data warehouse, and you can analyze it in real time, for example, by using Power Query in direct query mode. So you don't have to import the data. From real experience, I don't know how well this is going to work, because typically a data warehouse, especially, by the way, Azure SQL Data Warehouse is what we call MPP appliance. MPP, multi-processor appliance, right? Parallel appliance. What does it mean? When I save the data in my Azure SQL Data Warehouse, it gets partitioned in 60 distributions. Think of it like it goes to 60 files every time I save new data. So there is some overhead, but actually having the data in different partitions. So on top of that, we have a what we call control node. So when a query comes in, it needs to know, it actually has to query all of these partitions of data. So there is some overhead in doing that. So when we do real-time analytics, when we do this streaming, I would like to actually get some performance statistics before I recommend this to my clients, but Microsoft say it's fine to do that. Okay, again, the same architectural slide, more or less the same about what technologies are needed for modern data warehouse, and we emphasize the role of Azure Data Factory, the Databricks, and Data Lake. We already went through this. Okay, so this is a little bit different view of what goes when you provision Azure Synapse Analytics on the cloud. So we have, remember when I talk about these two environments, which is the SQL world, we can call this Synapse SQL, the open source world, which is the Apache Spark. And now we have this Synapse Studio that allow us to also, remember when I talk about this unified experience, I told you that you have a choice. If you want to use ADF, you can develop completely outside the Synapse Studio, but also you have this Synapse Studio where you can put your ADF pipelines, ADF data flows in it. And remember that I mentioned that I'm not very thrilled about this Synapse Studio, the way it stands right now with the ADF and Power BI integration, but who knows, maybe you'll like it. So I'm gonna I'm going to let you actually be the judge of it. So, okay, we have that. A little bit different view. Now this is, let's go a little bit more in these layers that we have when we provision Synapse, Azure Synapse. I mentioned about the two runtime. The good thing about the Apache Spark runtime is that it allows you to, for example, again, if you have a data scientist or if you want to query that data using notebooks, you can actually use the language of your choice. So you can use Python, Scala, R, or .NET to create notebooks that actually can query your data, maybe do machine learning on top of that. Moving on top of that, we have the, on top of the analytics runtime, we have the two boxes. The provisioned data warehouse stands for essentially for Azure SQL Data Warehouse, right? The serverless component is the one that I mentioned that if I have, for example, data in my data lake, and if I want to query with SQL, I can actually connect. When you go and provision Azure Synapse, they give you a separate endpoint. And I want to show you where that lives. So this is the lab environment that you guys are going to be working on. I'm going to go to this Synapse workspace. So again, to get started with Synapse, you got to actually provision something called Azure Synapse Workspace. In this Azure Synapse Workspace, we have two endpoints. The SQL endpoint is essentially how you connect to your SQL data warehouse. The SQL on demand endpoint is how I can submit SQL queries against files in my data lake. So if this is not very clear, I'm going to launch the Synapse Studio. And I'm going to show you how this could be useful, how this serverless technology could be useful to query data in my data lake. So this is the Azure Synapse Studio. I'm going to go a little bit in detail about these blades here, data, develop, and so forth. But one thing that I can do, I can link my data lake storage accounts to in Azure Synapse Studio. So for example, what I've done here, there are two storage accounts that are being linked. And one of them is the one that we're going to use for our lab exercises. So the scenario here is that I'm a developer for a fictitious company called White World Importers. And this company needs to ingest data from a lot of places. So what they decided to do, they put that data into a data lake, right? So they have a Parquet files, they have a CSV files in that data lake. And these files are organized in folders. So what I'm showing you here has nothing to do with the Azure Synapse. You can do the same thing by just provisioning Azure Data Lake, right? But what Synapse give you, what this studio, Azure Synapse Studio allows you to do is actually have kind of a unified experience. So I'm connecting to my data lake. Here are my folders. So let's go to, for example, year 2012, Q1. So here we have a CSV file. So let's say I want to be able to analyze the data on this file. I want to do some queries, right? So what I can do, I can right click on this file. I can say new script, select top 100 rows. So when I do this, what Azure Synapse is going to do is going to generate a SQL query that uses open role set. Open role set is the clause in SQL Server that allows us to query external data, in this case going through a polybase. But what I would like to emphasize is that this is actually SQL statement. This statement uses that serverless endpoint that I mentioned. So if I go and run this, what happens at this point? Oops. Okay. Did I make a slight change here? Oh, maybe I just selected portion of it. No, I didn't select portion of it. Must be inside quoted fields. Okay. Well, that's funny. Hopefully my environment, it's not deprovisioned. Let's do it one more time. Well, gonna take a look and see why it's not working. But the idea was here is actually to use SQL to query the data inside the data lake. And that goes through this on-demand endpoint. So what that means for you, imagine you have your files in data lake and you want to allow your users to kind of query these files on demand. So what you can do, you can get that SQL on demand endpoint, you can copy it, you can go to Power BI, you can go and actually connect to this endpoint, and then you can actually, they can use SQL statements to actually analyze the data. And we're gonna see examples when we go through the exercises, assuming they work. Okay, as far as integration, so there was a question about Azure Data Catalog. So the good thing about the cloud technology is that Microsoft has many other cloud services that can integrate with Synapse, such as Data Catalog, Data Share. Data Share is a cloud services if you want to expose data for external customers. So for example, imagine my data is in the data warehouse, but I want to provide extracts for my partners. So if they have accounts on Azure, then I can use this Azure Data Share to export data to their accounts. If they don't, I can actually put it in my account and then I can give them access. But essentially, Data Share is kind of a replication technology that allows you to replicate data to your customers' Azure data lakes, if you wish. We talk about the open source. We talk about Azure Machine Learning, which is another cloud services Microsoft has for predictive analytics. In fact, if your requirement is in your company, you want to do predictive analytics, you want to do it on the cloud. Well, the easiest way your data and your business users actually can start with that is to use Azure Machine Learning. Assuming that they want to do more than the predictive analytics features that we have in Power BI, because Power BI also has a lot of predictive analytics built into it. But if we're talking about building a machine learning model, something that I want to have more control over it, Azure Machine Learning will be my recommendation because it's a very easy to use. And of course, if I want to go to open source, if I have a data science who is familiar with Scala and things like this, Python maybe for machine learning, then actually they can use the Apache Spark analytics runtime to do that. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the Synapse Studio, which is this, think of it like a Visual Studio in the cloud, where actually Microsoft started with this unified experience. So when you go to Azure Synapse Studio, by the way, how do we start the Azure Synapse Studio? Well, we can start it in different way. We can go to the, let's start with the resources to see what is provisioned. So in this case, we have a data lake storage account that they provision for us. They have a SQL pool, which is where our Azure SQL data warehouse is going to live. And then we have a Spark pool, right? And this is the Synapse workspace. So what I can do, I can go to the Synapse workspace. I can go to these triple dots here, and they can launch the Synapse Studio from here. Or I can go to SQL pool, and I can go and launch Synapse Studio from here as well. So when I do this, a new tab is going to open and is going to have these blades, these sections in the left navigation bar. So this is what we're going to talking about right now, because in the ULab exercise, you're going to actually use them. There is an overview hub. It allows you to, for example, if I want to start like I want to create a SQL script connected to my data warehouse. If I want to create a notebook, I can do it from here. So this is like a one-stop landing page for you to create different artifacts. Then there is a data hub, which is where I see the database, the SQL database, actually my data warehouse, which is in the SQL pool. So this is where my tables are. So for example, Microsoft already provisioned a data warehouse for us. So this is where I can get access to my tables. Of course, you can do that in Management Studio. If you have experience with, if you prefer to use the SQL Server Management Studio, SSMS, or Azure Data Studio, you can do this as well. But again, what they're trying to do here is kind of, you know, if I don't want to use different tools, maybe I can do most of my work in one place. Then this is what they're trying to do with Azure Synapse Studio. The on-demand is that serverless endpoint that I was talking about. And then we have the, if you provision a Spark environment, then my Spark tables are going to be in here. So I'll be able to access my Spark node from here. On the linked tab in the data blade, this is where we link our Azure Data Lake storage accounts. One of them is primary. I had a question, what is the difference between primary and other storage accounts here? And Microsoft told me that primary is the one that actually Synapse uses to store the metadata. For example, stuff that you do in Synapse Studio goes into this primary storage account. Other than that, there is no difference. I can link as many storage accounts as I have in my data lake. Typically, you know, you may have just one storage account because you can organize data in different folders and you can actually apply security to it. But for some reasons, if you have multiple storage accounts, you can also link them together and you can query data on demand. The datasets portion, this is actually Azure Data Factory. So for example, if I don't want to use the Azure Data Factory Studio, but if I want to develop my packages right here in the Azure Synapse Studio, I can go and create my data set. So this experience is the same as using the Azure Data Factory Studio, with the caveat that I mentioned that some features, I don't see them here. For example, source control. How do I do source control here? I don't see a way to do that. Whereas if I develop my ETL in Azure Data Factory, I have a source control integration. And not to mention another thing that I don't like here that they did. Okay, so here are my data sets for Azure Data Factory. Then what do I see when I go to the develop blade? Well, I see some cool things that I may need. Instead of putting them in SSMS, maybe I can put my SQL scripts in here. I can put my notebooks in here if I use Spark. But then I have data flows. And data flows is actually, again, Azure Data Factory. I don't know why they decided to put the data flows in the develop blade while the data sets are in the data. I guess because it's data set, let's just put it in the data. And because the data flow is more like a kind of an integration, requires development effort, let's go and put it in the data flow. But this data flow is actually Azure Data Factory data flow, right? So you can develop it again in Azure Data Factory directly, which is my preference because I don't see much benefit for me to do it here. But also you can use Azure Synapse Studio to develop. One caveat, if you which is another reason why I don't like having my Azure Data Factory and Power BI artifacts. If I if I start developing my data sets in my data sets and my data flows, I won't be able to open them in Azure Data Factory. They only exist in Azure Synapse. So if I go to my resources on in Azure portal, I don't see a Azure Data Factory resource here. Initially, when I look at this unified experience, I was thinking that more it's like a wrapper on top of Azure Data Factory, but no, if I take the Synapse path, there is no way for me to open these data flows and data sets in Azure Data Factory unless I copy them and go and create them. So for the time being, I'm a little bit skeptical, again, to mention to you about, to emphasize about this integration with Azure Data Factory and Power BI. For me, it's more trouble than it's worth. But I do like the integration with the data lake, ability I can query it on the fly, ability to create notebooks. I think this is pretty cool. So we have the overview hub. We talk about the data hub, how you can actually, what goes in there. Then in Azure Data Lake, things like organize in containers. Containers can have, so for example, this this here is the storage account. The next level of organization in the data lake is the container. Typically what I'd like to do for my customers. So for example, right now I'm working on a project for a company where we need to integrate data from different cloud systems. So my containers basically correspond to the systems that I want to integrate with. For example, the ERP system is going to have its own container. And then the maintenance system is going to have its own container too. And then from there, from containers, you can further organize things in folders, and they can go, you can have as many subfolders as you want. Now, one good reason of having multiple storage accounts, to give you a little bit more idea of why this could be useful, is that on this particular project, one of the integration systems was designed with Ruby on Falls as a development language, right? So that's what they use. So Microsoft has SDKs. So for example, in this particular case, what we ended up doing, the system will push the data for us. Instead of we pulling the data because there is no API connectivity data point, they decided to push file extracts every day. So Microsoft have, as I mentioned, different SDKs like .NET, Python, and Ruby on Falls SDK, Java SDK as well, for allowing applications to integrate with data lake and do, uploading or downloading of files. The only problem is that the Ruby on Falls SDK did not have the ability to do authentication using service principal, which is one way to authenticate. Because if I want to have one storage account, then I have to have a way to secure access to my containers. I don't want to give my storage key to each one of these systems, because then they'll be able to see the data in which one of these containers. Instead, I want to have more granular security, like service principal, to be able actually to authenticate. But they couldn't support it. The SDK doesn't support it at this point. So what we ended up doing is creating another storage account, more an exception, just for that system, so that they can use storage key to authenticate and not be able to see the data from the other systems. So this is a Azure Data Lake concepts here. Maybe we're going a little bit too deep into this. Again, they're emphasizing the thing that if you have a file, CSV, Parquet file, you can actually preview them, you can query them with SQL. You can also, and when you do that, you see the data in that file. You can manage access. So security, just like securing a file share, if you have your users, for example, for internal use, if you have your users in Azure Active Directory, or you have created accounts for your external users, you can apply security at the folder level, even on file level. What they can do, can they read from the file? Can they upload files and things like this? And this is actually what they show you. So for example, if I want to do more granular permissions using the so-called ACL permission, I can say, well, this particular user or group of users can read the file. This actually, they can write to the file. I don't know what the execute is, to be honest with you. The feature that I mentioned that did not work for me, I have to take a look and see why it's not working, but you can also execute SQL statements against data lake directly, either from Synapse Studio or from any tool that can connect to Azure Synapse. There is a separate endpoint. I showed you where you can find that. Then you can actually send SQL statements directly against the files. And you're going to do that in the exercise. Is there a best practices for creating multiple environments, dev, QAT, UAT, prod in Synapse Analytics? Would you align the environments with the containers? So this is a very good question. How do we do DevOps? Angela is asking, right? My preference and what I do for my customers, I provision completely different set of services. Just like you will do that on-prem, you will typically have my production SQL server, then my development works server, all of them provisioned on different VMs. I will do the same thing. So for every service, I will create a development environment and QA environment. And as you can imagine, the cost can actually skyrocket. Unfortunately, I like on-prem. We don't have any special licensing on Azure for development or QA. On-prem, you license only the SQL Server instance that is in production. Development QA, you don't have to pay a dime to Microsoft. You only pay for your hardware, but not so much on the cloud. All of these instances, Microsoft doesn't care if this is for the most part, if this is development or QA or production, they're happily going to charge you for it. Now you can get proactive there. You can actually pause the instance when it's not in use and start it. But if you don't do that, you're going to incur costs for each one of those services. So then the question will be, well, can we merge them together? Well, you can, but then the things become more complicated. For example, one limitations that we have today with Synapse is that how many databases do you think it supports, like physical databases? Just one, because it's based on Azure SQL database, and Azure SQL database, you can have only one database. So that database that you create is the only one database that you can use inside Synapse. So that means that you have to put your staging data more than likely in it, have to put your data warehouse tables in it. Maybe you can use different schemas to kind of separate them, but we have only one database at this point. So now if I have to do a development environment, I just don't have a choice with Synapse to do that, right? I cannot use the existing instance because everything is going to get bundled together. So because of this, what I do, I instantiate separate services that gives me the isolation between the environments, gives me the option to have the same naming conventions that I use for production, just like on-prem, with the caveat that you have to pay for all of these services. So again, I'm giving you the good story and not so good story. A lot of people think that by going to the cloud, they will save cost. That is a false assumption. Your primary objective to going to the cloud will be convenience. If you want to scale up, you're just moving a slider. Want to scale down, move the slider in a different way. If I don't have to provision anything. I don't have to upgrade anything, right? Everything is handled by Microsoft. But cost, you may save or you may not. And I just gave you an example that typically you will have multiple environments. More than likely your cost is going to be higher than if you do this on-prem. You have to do your math there. And you don't have to, I mean, you don't have to start. For example, here they provisioned 400 performance level of the data warehouse. Now for development and QA, maybe you can go much lower, and that much lower endpoint for Synapse starts at, I believe, $800 per month. That's the lowest level you can go with Synapse. Okay, we talked about this. This is databases. This is the data node. I showed you this in a demo. Then we're moving to the Develop Hub. In the Develop Hub, you can add your SQL scripts. You can actually create your notebooks. So for example, this is an example of querying data directly from files. In this case, we are querying, we are doing top 10, top 100 from searchlog.csv file in the data lake. I see the results in a table. I can also flip to a chart to see them in a chart format. So this is a nice feature that Synapse Studio give us. Then I mentioned about the data flows, which is the Azure Data Factory, that we can directly develop them. And I tell you that probably I won't do it, at least for now, because I don't see a good reason for me to do it instead of doing it directly from in ADF. The Power BI integration, all it does right now is that they allow you to create a data set, connect it to Synapse. And when you go and connect that data set, you still have to launch Power BI Desktop. But the only convenience if you do it within Synapse Studio is that the connection string is going to be automatically created for you. Whereas if you open Power BI Desktop on its own, you have to know how to connect to Azure Synapse. That's all that this integration experience does. And of course, when you create that data set, they're going to upload it to whatever workspace you specify. But all of this, you can do it directly in Power BI Desktop. So that integration experience for me is thank you. But I'm just going to stick to Power BI Desktop because I know how to connect to SQL, right? Okay, so according to Microsoft, got 25 less expensive than Redshift, 90% less expensive than BigQuery, again, emphasizing the cost. Price performance, I think we saw a similar slice. Here, actually, they show you different performance levels on Synapse. 5,000, that's actually a cluster of SQL Server, of Azure SQL databases. So they show you how different actually performance tiers compare to different tiers in Amazon or BigQuery or Redshift. Pretty much the same thing. Oh, so interestingly, we actually have this in SQL Server 2019, but this feature doesn't work yet on Synapse. So this slide here, think of it like what's going to come in the future because it doesn't work. In fact, there were supposed to be 5 exercises. The last lab exercise was about doing actually this, but it doesn't work. So the idea here is that, let's say you developed a machine learning model somewhere with some technology like Azure Machine Learning or R or something like that. And then you save your model as Onyx definition. So this is a machine learning concept. You can save machine learning models to industry schema called Onyx. Then what you can do, you can actually put this file in your SQL Server, and then you can do scoring. And the reason why this is cool is because actually you can merge it directly. So for example, imagine your data is changing and you have to retrain the model, or you have to pass data that is stored in SQL database to the model? Well, you can do it directly in one select statement, right? Whereas if that model existed on some other technology, then I have to then use that technology to score it or train it. So Microsoft is trying to integrate machine learning with SQL Server. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, this doesn't work right now. That's why the last exercise, we won't be able to do it, and they don't even show that exercise for you. We have only 4 exercises. Here, the point that I emphasized before is that we can also do ingestion of streaming data into the data warehouse. And there is a native integration with Microsoft Azure Event Hubs and Microsoft Azure IoT Hub. So there is some integration points between these 2 technologies. Bottom line, the take home from you is that it looks like Microsoft is saying, okay, you can also use the data warehouse for streaming. And they quote 200 megabytes per second throughput ingestion. They don't tell you at what performance class this is actually achieved, but maybe you can use that for your project as well to land OILT data or streaming data into a data warehouse directly. Let's increase. This is emphasize the concurrency. So this is an interesting one. I previously mentioned that one interesting feature about the Azure Synapse is that it has workloads. There's a resource governor. So for example, in this example, imagine you have sales and marketing groups of people that they need to query the data warehouse directly. Well, the sales department has a priority. So what we can do, we can create a workload for sales that says that they can consume between 60 and 100% of the utilization of this of our Azure Synapse. And in this case, Azure Synapse is provisioned as 1000C. This 1000C again means the performance level. How many things what is the memory? What is the core? Once you, I think, go over 4 or 500 or something like that, then actually they spin a separate control node. So then the SQL servers are actually working in parallel. But that's what this denotes. So here we are saying we're going to leave the sales department with the 60%. So if both sales and marketing query the data warehouse, 60% of the resources are going to be designated to sales. If they need more resources, let's say it becomes really busy, potentially this can actually grow because I have a maximum cap of 100%. So that means that actually I can starve the marketing department, but you can do things like this. You can actually separate. Again, this is if you users are hitting that data warehouse directly. So for example, if you use Power BI to connect to Azure Synapse, you can pass, there is an option in the connection string to pass the identity of the user. So for example, if you want to enforce column level or row level security, which is done at the data warehouse layer, you can pass the user so the database know who the user is, and then you can actually assign these workloads. You can actually assign users in different workloads. And that's what this is talking about. The benefits of clustering. I mean, again, Azure Synapse is MPP appliance, so there are things executing in parallel, which actually makes the things a little bit more interesting for us as developers. So here is a very common misconception, which is actually came from a project that I had for insurance, for mortgage company, very large mortgage organization. Their business is booming right now because everybody is doing refinancing. So they wanted to do data warehousing in the cloud. So I set up the environment for them. And of course, I provision Azure Synapse because there's just no any better option for them to do that. And their developers had experience with SQL Server. So now we are migrating them to the great Synapse platform. Unfortunately, very quickly, the developers start asking questions like why some features don't work in Management Studio, SSMS. Like, for example, when you connect SSMS to on-prem SQL Server database, you have this nice UI dialogues that you can right-click on a table and, whatever you want to do, there is a nice UI. None of them, most of them actually don't work with Synapse. You have to use TSQL to create users, for example, to assign users to role. The UI, you will find that it just doesn't work. Number two, how do we create a database for staging? Well, we can't. There is only one database, as I mentioned. So then the third thing, how can we migrate our tables from SQL Server to Azure Synapse? Well, we can script them and migrate them, but Azure Synapse, remember, this is a one-in-a-kind SQL Server. It's not your SQL Server that you use on-prem. It's SQL with a twist, and the twist is that it is a MPP appliance. So from design standpoint, things are very different. You have to worry about distribution of the data. Remember, I told you that when you save data in Synapse, for some reason, actually, we don't talk about these technical details here, but when you save it in Synapse, that data is automatically partitioned in 60 files. And depending on the performance level, how far you scale, you can have multiple SQL servers running in parallel and querying that data. So in exercise 4, you're going to see a scenario where this becomes important, because if you don't do anything special, that data is going to be replicated across all of these nodes. And then you will see that the performance of the query is very slow. So when we put our data on Synapse, we have to worry about how we're going to distribute it. So there are 3 distribution methods. One of them is copy, which means no distribution. This is suitable for dimension tables. Dimension tables are typically small, so then it's okay to distribute them to all nodes. The second distribution method is the hash distribution, which means that I can distribute, for example, in the lab exercise that you're going to do, you're going to see that the optimized query is very fast. And the reason why it's fast is because that second fact table was actually distributed as a hash on the customer key. So then if I group on the customer, the performance is very fast because the data doesn't need to be moved between the nodes in the cluster. And the third distribution option is round robin, where the SQL Server automatically kind of every row that gets into the table gets distributed to different partition, basically to different distribution area. And this could be a good choice for staging tables. So things like this, remember the bottom line, what I want to mention to you is that don't expect to have a 100% seamless transition from SQL Server on-prem to Azure Synapse. It's a different type of SQL Server. You need to study it. You need to very well understand how it works, especially if you deal with a lot of data meaning, hundreds of millions, billions of data. Then all of these things like partitioning, distribution become super, super important, right? So just want to warn you there, don't expect just to be the same as SQL Server. Some things will not work, other things you will have more features, but there are differences. One interesting feature that we have in Synapse is so-called materialized view. So imagine your scenario is like this. You have a very large table, like this table fact cells. Let's say it has billions of rows in it. Well, let's say my scenario is that I want users to use Power BI Desktop directly connected to that table. But if I have a table like this, even if you have a parallel appliance, it's going to take a while if I do a direct query against that table to go and group data by product name or something else. So what I can do, I can, instead of creating an aggregate table, a summary table, which will require obviously ETL to maintain it and all of this, I can create something called materialized view. Think of it like a aggregate table for specific scenarios. So for example, if I want to get my sales by product, I'm going to create a view optimized specifically for this. And then the cool stuff about this is that once I have that materialized view, then the data warehouse itself is going to try to rewrite the query for you. So for example, this is my query that is going to come from Power BI. It's going to say the user queries fact sales, inner join. But the bottom line is that what we want to do here is to group sales by product name. Well, the system is going to figure out automatically. The users don't have to connect to that table. I'm sorry, to that view. They can still connect to the original fact table. But what the technology is going to do automatically is going to figure out, oh, there is a materialized view. So instead of querying the fact table directly, you can actually, it's going to go and query the view. Of course, there are different ways to address this scenario. Another way will be to have an aggregate table in Power BI. You're going to see in the second half of the day how we can do that. But if I have to address this requirement outside Power BI, materialized view might be a good option for it. There is also a feature called result cache, where actually I can specify which queries are going to be cached. So Azure Synapse maintains a dataset cache, and if the same query comes in from the same or different user, then it's going to actually hit the cache instead of going and querying the data warehouse. Multiple levels of security. Now, the good thing, what I like about the Azure Synapse, unlike analysis services or Power BI, is that it also has very robust column level security. So column level security, it's a challenge with analysis services. And the scenario here is that imagine you've got some users who can see some measures, but they cannot see other measures, sensitive measures like salary or something like this. So for example, I had a recent project for a very large organization. They had a requirement like this. They had like 100 measures. So that was executive dashboard, and they wanted to have very flexible control, pretty much per user, what measure the user can see and what measures the user cannot see. That presented a challenge for analysis services. Eventually, we came up with some kind of a pseudo solution, but if I have to send this query directly to the data warehouse, SQL Server has a column level security that actually it's more flexible than Power BI or analysis services. And here they show you what kind of security they have in the different categories. Data protection, you can encrypt it, access control, authentication, what authentication options Azure Synapse supports. So obviously we can use standard SQL authentication. If I want, let's say, a particular application to connect, I can use Azure Active Directory. If I want to know who the user is, multi-factor authentication. I can do virtual network. For example, one customer that I had, they wanted to provide access to Azure Synapse only from on-premises computers. So although it's a cloud resource, they wanted the request to come from user machines that are on-prem. So they set up a virtual network, and then what we did, we disabled public access, and we made essentially Azure Synapse kind of connected to the virtual network. And then if you do that, it becomes just like an extension of your on-prem data center. So then you don't have to worry that maybe a hacker will go online directly to the cloud and bypass security. Of course, there are also firewall rules that you can set up and things like this. But yep. Can you automatically, Reynaldo is asking, can you automatically scale in and out depending on workload assigning min and max clusters? No. So this feature is called elastic scaling. And in fact, if you look at the slides, actually they mentioned this, but as it stands, Synapse does not support that. There is actually, more than likely, this is going to be coming soon because Azure SQL Database, which is the underlying technology that is used in Synapse, now has a new configuration option called serverless, where you specify the maximum CPU and the maximum memory or something like this that you want the instance to consume, and then it scales on demand. When it's not used, it automatically kind of hydrates itself. And when it starts using it, it kind of dehydrates. Of course, there's a little bit of latency because they have to start the SQL Server service behind the scenes. So more than likely, you're going to see that coming up at some point. But at this point, you really have to go to the portal. And if you want to scale it up or scale it down, you have to use actually a slider to do that. So this serverless is what we talked about this before. I have my data as files on Data Lake. I want to do some ad hoc analysis. What's in this file? What is the schema of this file? How many rows are there? What is the maximum value or minimum value? And I don't want to actually obviously import that data into a table to do this sort of analysis. So can I do this ad hoc? And again, I want to emphasize this is a great feature. I love it. That serverless endpoint, again, I want to emphasize where to find it. You go to Azure Synapse. In the resources, you're going to go to your Azure Workspace. And this is, in fact, if you have time, if you want to try this, you can actually copy this, this on-demand endpoint. You can copy it. You can go to Power BI Desktop. You can connect to it, and you can send the same queries that you're going to send that you're going to use in the exercises when actually they start asking you to query data. You can actually use the same queries to directly in Power BI. How many more slides do we have? Actually, at this point, what I would like, I'm going to continue with the slides. We have a few more, but at this point, I would appreciate if you can start your environment, your lab environment, because by default is actually, they told me it should be available at 10:30. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to send you the sign up link, and it's supposed to ask you also for activation code. Sorry. So I'm going to post the links in the chat window. So as I go through the slides, remaining slides, go ahead and click on the hyperlink. When it asks you for the activation code, plug that in. And then what you will have to do is once you click on that link and activate, is going to open this right pane where you see instructions about the exercises. The most important tab is the lab environment tab. So in the lab environment tab, actually before that, before we even get to the credentials, what you have to do is to go to the lab environment tab and click on lab resources. And when you go to the lab resources, you will see there is a VM where you have to basically start the VM. If it's not running, you have to go and start it, because what they do, this VM allows you to everything is provisioned on that VM. So for example, you have Power BI desktop, and you can access the portal, Azure portal from there. Because if you try to access directly from your browser, you may run into authentication issues. So essentially what they do when you launch the lab, it opens RDP, remote connection, to that VM, although we don't see the header portion of the RDP screen. So the virtual machine has to be running. That's prerequisite number one. Once the machine is running, it's going to take probably a few minutes. The next thing will be to request that link, to copy that link. Once you remote and paste it one more time. Actually, I'm sorry. The VM is running. Now we can get to the RDP environment. Then to get to the portal, you will go to the lab environment, the environment details. You will, on the desktop, in that VM, you will see a shortcut for Azure portal. Then go and execute that shortcut, and then it's going to ask you to sign in. You're going to use the username in the environment details to log in, and the password. You're going to use that to log into the Azure portal. So let's go and start that environment. As I said, it's going to take a few minutes, so don't panic if it says the gateway is waiting or something like this, because it's going to take a few minutes actually for the VM to initiate, to connect to the environment. But let's go and get started, and let's see if we have any issues there. Meanwhile, I'm going to go through the remaining few slides, and let's hopefully by 11 o'clock, we're going to be done with this 150 slides. So we talk about serverless. We said that we can do ad hoc exploration. Another good reason, another very nice benefit of doing this is that actually it may save you an ETL effort. Imagine you have files in the data lake. So some external system is sending you files. They're in the data lake, CSV, Parquet file, whatever files. Now you want to obviously load that data in your data warehouse, right? So before this integration option, what we had to do is to copy the data over, stage it into staging tables in SQL. And if you follow the ELT pattern, which I do pretty much predominantly in all projects, once the data is staged, you can actually use store procedures to merge, to do upsert to your dimension and fact tables. Now that we have this serverless integration, you may find that you don't have to stage the data because you can query your files in the data lake on demand. You can just select columns from my files, and then that's going to be basically your input data set. All you have to do is then merge it to your table. So it may save you ETL. That would be another advantage for doing that. Of course, if you prefer the data to be imagine that the system truncates the data, or maybe you don't have all the files, there is a possibility for you losing data from the source system, then you still want to stage the data. This is typically called ODS, but you don't have to stage it just so you want to merge it to your dimension and fact tables. So this is the primary reason for using the serverless endpoint, also called on-demand. On-demand and serverless means the same. In fact, I wish Microsoft doesn't refer this as serverless, because serverless to me means scaling up and down on demand. That's not what they mean by serverless right now, at least not at this point. What they mean is this on-demand endpoint that allows you to send SQL queries to files. So this could be useful for ad hoc discovery and exploration on top of data lake, or for example, if you want to convert from one file to another using SQL statements, you can do that. SQL or all the languages that Spark, Azure Spark supports. How does it work? there is a endpoint that is provisioned. Then we can use different tools like Power BI, Azure Data Studio, or SSMS to send our SQL statements. Then I have to reference that specific SQL endpoint. And then that SQL point actually is going to use the magic behind the scenes to go and parse the files for you directly from the data lake. So there is nothing stored here. There is the SQL Server itself does not have the data. All the data is essentially queried directly from the Azure Data Lake. If you have followed the Azure Data Lake story, there was a version 1 that actually used something called USQL. So the idea was to allow you to use SQL on top of Azure Data Lake, although it wasn't quite SQL. It's more like a C# type of syntax. USQL is gone. It's not longer supported. What replaces it is that on-demand endpoint where you can send SQL statements. So it's pretty cool. The final slide here is about Azure Spark. This is on the open source side of things again. If you want to use machine learning and things like this. Data scientists are accustomed to use notebooks. A notebook is essentially, think of it like a text document where you can combine static text. For example, you can say, okay, now this step is doing this, and then you can combine with code. And then you can execute the code portions independently, or you can run them from the beginning until end. And the good thing about this is that you can specify whatever language you want to use inside that notebook. So if you want to use Python, you can do that. If you want to use C#, you can do that. And you're going to see the third exercise, actually the second exercise, I believe, was about that. So this is how you can quickly configure them. Here, this example shows a Python, PySpark code to read the data from the data lake and to show you with Python the top 10 rows. So you can do that. And this section is about integration with Azure Data Factory. I already talked a lot about this. The current integration, the way the integration stands today is that you can create Azure Data Factory datasets, or you can create your data flows. Again, I'm not excited about this. I would encourage you, at least I will continue actually using Azure Data Factory Studio directly, because I'm not sure how this integration is going to evolve. And if I start here, I won't have it in ADF Studio. So I prefer actually to have it there, since it has all the features, including source control. Azure Data Factory, this has nothing to do with Synapse. This is Azure Data Factory that we're talking about here. If you decide to transform the data, like in SSIS, in SSIS we have a data flow feature, we have a control flow, we have a data flow. The data flow, you do your transformations. Although, as I mentioned, I personally would like, my goal for ETL is to get out from the tool as soon as I get in. So all I use it, the ETL tool, SSIS or ADF, is for orchestration. Which package is going to be run, schedule it, how they're going to be sequenced, that's it. Transformations, I typically do it with store procedure, the so-called ELT pattern. But some reasons, for example, if you cannot rely on store procedure, maybe you have a file, you want to transform it and generate another file, you cannot use store procedures, or maybe you can with on-demand queries, but maybe it's just too much overhead. So in this case, you have to transform the data within the data flow, within the ADF pipeline itself. So we have two options there. You can use the ADF data flow, which is very similar to SSIS. There are different transformation steps. You can join them together and all of that. Or you can this is called mapping data flow, by the way. Also, if you're familiar with Power Query, It's very prominent. It has a very prominent role in Power BI. It's available in multiple places, including data flows, Power BI desktop, and all that. We have also Power Query in Azure Data Factory. So if you're familiar with Airflow, if you have specific transformations that you need, Power Query can actually address them. You can actually use what's called wrangling data flow, which piggybacks on Power Query. So we have that, the data flow capabilities. If you use the data flow, you can handle upserts, updates, inserts, again, for performance reasons. So why do I use ELT data flow, ELT pattern instead of ETL? ETL means use the data flow inside SSIS or ADF. ELT means stage the data and use store procedures to transform it. Various reasons. The first one is performance. The ELT will typically outperform ETL by far. The second one is convenience. I really don't know how these tools are going to evolve. Who knows? Maybe now that SSIS is kind of a little bit deprecated on the cloud and we have to move to ADF, who knows what's going to happen in the future? I don't want to end up in a situation where I have to rewrite my packages, heavily rewrite them, which is what you have to do if you want to migrate from SSIS to ADF. If you want to completely switch over, it's a total rewrite. I don't want to do that. It's more likely that I would change probably the tool, the ETL tool, than to change the database. So if I have my transformations in store procedures, then all of that is great. The third thing, if there is a bug that I want to change and that I want to fix, I can just go to the store procedure and fix it instead of opening ADF, going to the data flow, redeploying the ADF, rerunning the ADF. So especially from a consulting standpoint, it's actually much faster to do fixes directly in store procedures than actually to rely on data flow. So this thing here, it's not a best practice. In fact, if you learn the best practice for loading a data warehouse, the ELT pattern is number one. You know, it's always a best practice. So you really have to be a kind of use this data flow only when the ELT pattern doesn't make sense or you need specific features that SQL Server doesn't have. And actually, this goes a little bit into the integration with Power BI and machine learning. So this slide actually is interesting. Where is your organization on this maturity line, if you wish? So on the y-axis, we have value. On the x-axis, we have difficulty. Most organizations right now live in the so-called descriptive analytics, which is what happened in the past. Let's analyze the trends about what happened in the past, right? So this is the descriptive analytics. What happened? Why did it happen? This is called diagnostic analytics, and there is a progression. Then we have predictive analytics. What will happen? This is where machine learning comes in. And finally, the highest level is the prescriptive analytics, which is what can we make to make it happen, or does it make it happen? Depends on what we are predicting. So difficulty becomes kind of, obviously, things become more difficult when you get to predictive, prescriptive analytics. But the good thing, again, is that Power BI can integrate with analytics, with the Synapse Analytics. And Power BI itself has a lot of machine learning capabilities built in. And when we need to do more advanced machine learning, Azure Machine Learning should be at the foresight, unless you have data scientists on your team that knows how to use Spark and open source machine learning technologies. We're not going to see anything from Azure Machine Learning today, but it's there and it's very easy to get started. The business value, unmatched capabilities, integration endpoints between different services, unified data. Again, this slide is to emphasize the role between Power BI and Azure Analytics. Power BI is our Microsoft technology for visualization and reporting, very popular technology. I see it from real experience from my work that actually is taking companies by storm. Everybody seems to be on Power BI or migrating. In fact, one of the projects that I'm going to have soon is migrating from MicroStrategy to Power BI for a variety of reasons. Cost being the most cited reason, but also there is just features in Power BI that well ahead. The momentum that Microsoft has behind Power BI is very surprising to me. You know, typically a large company like Microsoft takes quite a bit to implement new features. What they've done with Power BI, I never thought is going to be possible. Every month, new features. These groups, product groups, reporting services, and all services coming together. So it's a great thing to see. And then we have a data warehousing, obviously, on Azure Synapse Analytics. That's my favorite slide. You know, customers realize 271 average return of investments. So when somebody questions my cost, they ask me, Theo, you're very expensive. This is the slide. You're going to have 271 average return of investment, 26 more times lower inside, 27. Okay, so this is what Microsoft says, right? Mine could be actually even higher. Who knows? So you don't have to rewrite things if they don't work. Build Power BI dashboards directly from Azure Synapse. I think this is the last section. Okay, a few more slides actually. Well, we have all the way till 11:50, so actually we're doing fine in time. So how do we integrate Power BI with Synapse? Again, they're emphasizing here the integration between Power BI service and Synapse. So I can create my data sets in Synapse. I can also view reports and create reports in Synapse Studio. Would you want to do this? To me, no. Because, first of all, when I create my reports, they use Power BI embedded, which is kind of behind the capabilities of Power BI service. Second, why would I want to put my reports in Synapse Studio? When I have my reports, typically I want to put them in files. I want to put them under source control. So I would prefer to work directly with Power BI Desktop. And I would deploy my data sets to Power BI. I will ask other users to go and create their own reports if they want to, connected to my data set. So our best practice is to have, especially if you do organizational BI, to work on your semantic model in your data set, you publish it, you certify it, and let other people create their own reports from it. This is much better accomplished than actually having this being kind of locked into Synapse Studio, in my opinion. The good part is that at least, unlike ADF, if I decide to use Azure Data Factory, none of it is available outside Azure Synapse. At least what we do here when we create reports and dataset, we actually publish them to powerbi.com. So if I want to continue using Power BI Desktop instead of using Synapse, I can actually get the file and continue. But I just don't see much value of this integration, to be honest. All right. Well, time for a break. Questions? Theo, Ed is asking, if I'm hearing you correctly, a new organization going to cloud should consider ADF plus SQL Data Warehouse plus Power BI now and consider the full Synapse Analytics solution when it matures a bit. No, this is not what I'm saying. So if you move to the cloud today, you will consider ADF. Again, ADF, if my requirement number one is to everything to be platform as a service, I don't want to instantiate any VMs. I don't want to upgrade them. I don't want to care about licensing. I want platform as a service. Just give me the service. And I want everything to be in the cloud. So for data integration, if you want to stick with the Microsoft technologies, You don't have another choice but to use ADF, right? SSIS will require virtual machine. Even if you use the ADF has integration with SSIS, what they do behind the scenes, they provision a virtual machine for SSIS. So if I want to avoid that, pure cloud, ADF is the only choice. For data warehousing, I told you, unless you're dealing with very small data loads, like maybe a few million rows or something like this, where all the permutations that we have for SQL Server on the cloud, which is Azure SQL Database, Azure Managed Instance, and Azure Synapse can handle this. Once you go beyond, my recommendation is 0.5 terabyte. So once you have a decent size data loads, right? Then, and if I want to have again, platform as a service architecture, then go with Synapse. The SQL data warehouse instance service that it has, it's a great thing. You can scale to pretty much 2 petabytes of data. Power BI, obviously for visualization. So what the negativity that you probably heard from me was more about the integration with ADF and Power BI that we have in Synapse Studio. Where is mine? So I like everything so far, except when it comes to integration, when it comes to developing. So the question is, where are you going to develop your Azure Data Factory pipelines and your Power BI reports? So you have two choices. Choice number one is to use this Synapse Studio, which is a cloud development environment that Azure Synapse provides. Or you're going to go to the portal and you're going to create a separate Azure Data Factory instance. So this is the choice, how I'm going to develop my things. It's not about what technology to use, but what my development experience is going to be. I personally, at this point, prefer to go to the Azure Data Factory Studio directly instead of using this development experience, this unified experience that Microsoft has provided in Synapse Studio. The same thing applies to Power BI. I would prefer to use Power BI Desktop directly instead of going to Synapse Studio and creating my data sets and reports in there. I don't see much value in developing ADF and Power BI inside Synapse Studio. This has nothing to do with the technologies themselves. Technologies are fine. You're still going to use ADF and SQL DW and Power BI. It's a question about developing. I personally do not see at this point much value of doing my development, foregoing Power BI Desktop, foregoing Azure Data Factory Studio, and doing everything in Synapse Studio. Not to mention it's in preview. I don't know how it's going to evolve. I don't know what Microsoft is going to do. Do you understand, Ed? It's not a question about technology. It's a question about your development experience. So there are things that I like in Azure Synapse Studio, like the notebook integration, ability to explore things on the fly. But when it comes to coding my ETL and Power BI, I would prefer to be outside Synapse Studio. So I hope that makes sense. Any other questions? So how are we doing as far as the lab exercises? Do you guys, where you managed to instantiate, you should see again this right pane, which is where the lab guides are. And then you should be able to also see this VM where you can go and you can actually launch the Azure portal. And once you do that, you should be able to sign in with your username and password. Does anybody have any problem? Does it work for you? That's very important. If it doesn't work, then we have to take a look what's going on there. My lab states RDP gateway is in a stopped state. When did you started the VM? Okay, so how do we troubleshoot this? Do you see, number one, do you see this right pane? You should see that when you request that link that I send you. Okay, once you see the right pane in there, you go to lab environment and you click on lab resources. And you have to ensure that the VM, which is the window on the left side, is running. If it says stopped, then you have to go and start it. And you start it from here. Okay, then if this doesn't work, go ahead and refresh your page. So go ahead and refresh it with F5 and see what it's gonna say. How to access the VM. So the VM itself, if everything is okay, if the VM is running, this left window that you left window means this desktop window, the black one, should automatically start for you. The lab environment should log you to that VM, and the confusing part is that you don't see the header. Typically, when you do RDP, you see you see what VM you're connecting to. They hide this somehow, but this black window here is actually the VM. Another option. So if you're saying the gateway is not in a running state. Typically that happens when the VM is not initiated yet. Try to hit F5, make sure it's running. My experience shows me that at some point actually it starts running, but usually it takes like 10 minutes for this thing to work. If you do not see the right pane, we have a problem. Make sure you use the link that I sent you before. The sign up link, right? Do you use that one? Sorry, didn't see the right thing. I've logged to the portal with the username and password. I got from the email. VM running, but left side desktop showing black white screen. Try also to launch your browser in incognito mode. So it looks like we're running in some issues here. So if you use Chrome, try to do a new incognito window. Make sure that cookies are not interfering. Last resource, if you cannot see the left window at all, which is the VM, behind the scenes, this is a VM, right? So if I go to the environment details button on the right side, on the right pane, it shows me what is the DNS name for the VM. All the way at the bottom, it shows me the admin username and the admin password. So as a last resource, if none of this work, go and RDP to that VM using these credentials, demo user and password, and see if that's going to work. Yep, refreshing the browser, incognito window should work. Sorry about the trouble, but there's nothing I can do here to help you more. It's just something that Microsoft provisioned behind the scenes. So what we're going to do next, if you have problems, I'm going to help you and we can share screen, see what's not working. But if everything is working, if you got to this point, you're good to go, right? So then what we're going to do in the lab guide tab, you have the some description about the lab exercises. We're going to do 4 very simple exercises. Very simple, because everything is provisioned for you, right? So you're going to click next. That's going to get you to exercise number 1. And the exercise number 1 is to explore the data using Synapse SQL on demand, right? To do that, you will launch the Azure Portal shortcut on the desktop. You know, this shortcut right here. We're going to launch it. And when we launch it, that's going to bring you to the Microsoft Azure portal. Once we're in Microsoft Azure portal, it's going to ask you to sign in. And you're going to sign in using this username right here and this password where it says Azure credentials. That's how you're going to log into the portal. And then from that point, you'll be able to continue. Now, pay attention to this unique identifier here. Starting with the second exercise, I believe, they're going to ask you to change things in the scripts and Azure Data Factory and this and that. They're going to ask you for this unique identifier. This unique identifier is what you're going to use to replace their token in the code when they ask you to do that. This identifier appears in a lot of places. Appears here, and also appears here, right? So that numeric identifier is what you're going to do to for your unique ID. When I hit launch the lab, I get an about us. I was able to access the Azure environment. How long is the lab available for access? Okay. So, Chris, we had a pressure from Microsoft to, obviously, they have a lot of students running this, and there's a cost associated with that. So I was able to bug in 6 hours of lab exercise. So I think if my promises are met, we should have it until 4:30 or something like this. However, there is additional credit that Microsoft mentioned that I need to figure out what's the process for applying. Additional $150 of credit. So after this lab, if you want to play for additional couple of hours, something like that, you can actually use that credit, Azure credit. I close the browser. I'm trying to get back, but now I get user already has the active deployment. Please check your email for the details of the active. Oh, goodness. All right, Reynaldo, this is where I'm going to ask you to share your screen. And maybe unmute yourself so we can see what's going on there. And if it doesn't work, we will ask for help. Again, as the last resource. Okay, let me just see what's going on in here. So, unfortunately, all I see is looks like a notepad. Okay, it's a very small. I cannot actually read this. I don't know why it's so small. Maybe you can share the entire desktop. So the next, for those of you who are who actually everything is working, the next portion was actually start working on the lab exercises. So follow the instructions. If you've got any issues, let me know while I'm actually working on the trying to launch in a day. Okay, so step number 1, Reynaldo. Let's go and open a browser in incognito mode. Incognito mode, which probably already did. Chrome or New Edge, whatever works for you. Sorry, I don't see your screen anymore. Don't know what happened. That's step number 1. Step number 2, copy that link that I sent in the chat window for activating the environment. Copy and paste it in your browser. I'm gonna stop the bridge. It looks like nobody's using it, so there is no point maintaining it. I closed the browser. I'm trying to get back. Okay, Reynaldo, are we still good, or are we still have do we still have a problem, or because I don't see your screen?
I'm trying the Cognito.
Okay, I don't see your screen. If you want to share it, fine. Not.
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
If this doesn't work, then we're gonna get you directly into the VM, and then life is gonna be good. Then you don't have to work about the. But we have to start the. We have to start the VM. If we can't start it, then we have a problem.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm in Cognito.
There we go. Submit. Let's see what happens. Nothing happens.
Oh,
user already has the active deployment. Okay, let me take a screenshot. Thank you. Okay. Well, I gotta. Sorry about the trouble, Ronaldo. I gotta go, and actually, I have no idea what's going on here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to follow up with the support. Does anybody have any issues?
also when that error message there, I get this email, and I launch the lab. I get this.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm going to ask the Cloud Spectre. So Microsoft is working with another vendor who is actually taking care of this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually send them an email. Hopefully they're actually very quick to reply. Okay. Can't see the SQL pool, says Diraj. Diraj, I appreciate if you can share your screen. You have another user, Ed cannot see it. All right, appreciate one of you guys, Diraj or Ed. Share your screen so I can take a look. Okay, so first thing first, click on home, the home link in the top left corner. Click on all resources tile. Can you scroll down, please? This is the SQL pool, the last one. So click on it. There it is. Yes, you have to resume it. Okay, that's the second thing. If the SQL pool is stopped, you have to resume it. That's going to take like 30 seconds or so. But by default, they stop it so they don't incur cost. Do you guys see it? I'm not sure who's sharing. Dura sharing. Do you see that one? Yes. Cool. We found the pool. We're good to go. That's the most important thing. No pool, no labs. Anybody who cannot access the lab exercise besides Reynolds. So Ronaldo, I heard from the from Microsoft. Are you on the call, Ronaldo?
Yes, I'm here.
So they say we see that the user Ronaldo Nunes already registered for the lab. Please find the lab details of the user in the okay. So I'm gonna send you a link. So this is just for Reynaldo. Open the browser in incognito mode, copy that link, paste it in there, see what happens.
Okay. Okay, I got it back.
Got it.
On the lab environment, the lab resources, now I
Please
should be
share.
able to.
Please share your screen just to make sure everything is okay.
Sorry. Yes.
If you don't mind.
So I'm going to be able to start the virtual machine now.
Start the VM, please.
Yeah.
Click that button on the left side where it says run in the, yep, in the, right there. Yep. So this is going to take a little, yeah. So, yep. This is going to take, unfortunately, good 2-3 minutes, if not more.
That's okay. I'll watch it, but now I'm able to get back the environment.
Absolutely. So what you can do periodically, at least what I do in my case, I hit F5 to refresh the page because I don't think it auto refresh itself. So like after 1 minute, 2 minutes, click F5. Not there, just the entire page in the browser to refresh, and so the gateway can try to reconnect. But I think that's it. And then the next step will be to go to the lab guide and then follow the instructions. But that's it.
Okay.
I'm going to step out for a couple of minutes, guys. I'm going to come back. If something doesn't work, we'll continue. Thank you. All right, I'm back. And if you guys don't understand what they're asking you to do in the labs, if something doesn't make sense, why are you doing this? What's the purpose? What's the value? Let me know. One more thing to point out, guys, I'm going to leave you. If you decide to not to attend the second half of the training, which is the Power BI, after you've done with these 4 simple exercises, I just posted a link for a survey. I would appreciate if you can take a moment to, share with Microsoft and me if you like this training or if you didn't like it. Appreciate all kind of feedback. Again, this is a very new class. In fact, this is the first time I'm teaching it. It just came out. There is another one actually next month that I'm teaching for paginated reports, SSRS reports in the cloud. Let me know if that is interesting for you as well. I haven't started with the registration yet. But yeah, so this is the survey link. And I'm going to find out the credits. So starting with August, Analytics in a Day workshop, attendees will get access to $150 in credits to continue their learning and exploration for up to 12 hours of Synapse uptime within a week. So guys, you have a week and you can get up to 12 more hours to play with the labs. This will be enabled on the same lab environment used for workshop. Okay, so you don't need to do anything special. It looks like they're just gonna give you an extended time to play with the lab. Since you already activated it, can just continue working with it. So that's it. So up to 12 hours within a week. And then Microsoft is going to deprovision the environment. So I'm going to pause this. Reynaldo, can you access the environment now?
Can you see it? Here's the lab
Yes.
desktop, and here's the Microsoft Azure.
Yeah, my advice. Yes. Okay, you started it. Okay, so you're good to go. Everything is within VM. The 2 windows. Yeah,
Right.
Absolutely. So now, yeah. So if you go to that second tab, this is where the you are signing. So everything looks good.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay.
The SQL pool is the last item in that list, just for you. So when they ask you to go to SQL pools, this way you go, click on that one. Yep. All right, thanks for confirming. I'm gonna let them know that the issue is solved.
Yeah, appreciate that, Theo.
No problem. You can stop sharing, yep. I'm getting this error in exercise 1. Failed to execute query. Incorrect syntax near open set. Could you share your screen? I also had problems actually running this. Let me see if it works for me. Which step is this? So
Can you see my screen? Sorry.
So Chris actually replies, change the pool to SQL on demand. Let me take a look. Yeah, so this is the same one. So can you click the triple dots next to the, okay, so it's SQL pool. The SQL pool 01. Can you expand the connect to dropdown? Okay, so we have SQL pool, SQL on demand. So change to SQL on demand, please. So SQL pool, so if this is confusing, remember there are two endpoints. One of them is gives you access to your data warehouse. The other one is the SQL on demand thing. There is a separate endpoint. So if you execute this now, it should work. And I think that was my problem as well. I completely forgot. I actually, yep, it works now. So basically remember, I think there should be a step in the exercise to change the endpoint to SQL on demand. When we execute ad hoc queries, we've got to use the on demand endpoint, right?
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Thanks, Chris. That was very useful. Completely forgot that we have to change this. And again, guys, what this, you can, if you now get this query, and if you want to experiment, if you have time, if you go to Power BI desktop, and if you connect to that SQL on demand endpoint, which I told you how you can get it from the portal, you can actually execute this query in Power BI or Management Studio or whatever. So this is not just Synapse Studio feature. You can do this analytics SQL on top of data lake in any tool.
Theo, I found another problem. Let me share the screen.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm trying to get into the Synapse workspace, I mean, it's asking me to pick the account. And that's the account we all have, I believe.
Yes.
So you get to this, and when you say continue, it prompts you back. And if you can see here, oh, it's the cookies. Okay, I'm sorry.
Are you running this from your desktop, this browser instance?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I was trying to explain
Oh,
before.
okay. Okay, I got it. I got
Work
it.
within the VM.
Okay.
So use the browser instance, open the browser within the VM, because otherwise you're going to running in all sorts of cookies,
Okay, no,
authentication issues.
I got it. So that I got it. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it took me a while, and when I did it for the first time, when I look at these labs, I had the same issues like you, because I was thinking I have to go and open my browser and start another instance. I was running issues like this, and then I realized that actually I didn't know that that was a VM, because it looks like just like a separate window. Where it's going to, what it's doing, I have no idea. But actually, think of it like an RDP. So everything you do when you open a browser, do it within that VM. Using the desktop on that VM. When we go to Power BI desktop later on, use the Power BI desktop on that VM, not yours. Now that it's not going to work, probably it will, if they allow firewall and all that rules for you guys to connect. But that VM is provisioned for these purposes, to make sure there is no interference with everything else you do.
Yeah, that was a problem. I was able to access it now.
Cool. So we're doing the first 4 exercises. I see that Microsoft added the Power BI exercises starting with exercise 5, but let's not do this. So we're going to do exercise 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then you're going to stop. That was the original exercises for this training before Microsoft added the Power BI stuff. For the Power BI stuff, I need to tell you more things before we get there. So again, exercises 1 to 4. Another clarification for the $150 credit if you want to continue using the lab environment. What Microsoft is going to do at 4:30 p.m. today, they're going to pause the VM and the SQL pools. So all you have to do if you want to continue exploring is to resume the VM like what we did and resume the SQL pool. But by default, at 4:30 p.m. Eastern time, they will pause it. Which step is that, Ed, on lab 2? Oh, okay. It looks like you fixed your problem. Which step was this, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, it was exercise 2, ingest sales data, and step 10
Step 10, select run
or
all.
11. So I'm not working inside the VM, so I don't know if that's the reason. The working through the VM's just dog slow for me. But I wouldn't think that would matter.
Just so I understand, you said step 10, which is select run all from notebook toolbar to execute each cell within the notebook. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can take several minutes for this processing to start. You can.
So if then you scroll down and you'll see in step 11, you'll see what I see, like pre-populated in the notebook.
Oh, the notebook is
Comment.
running. Let's take a
That
look.
/ doesn't turn into a comment for some reason in my browser.
Oh, yeah, I will. I will advise you to start the browser from within the VM, just to make sure that we don't have any interference. But I'll take a look at see. So this is notebook exercise 2 ingest sales data. Oh, the other thing is that you have to change. Did you change the language to Scala instead of the default Python? This is step 4.
No, but that definitely would explain it.
Yeah, I think he's trying to parse this Python.
Instructions. I can't believe I work in IT. Can't read the manual. Ah.
That will do it. So basically what they're trying to emphasize here is that in this exercise, you've got maybe you're a data scientist, they know Python, maybe they know Scala, they want to do some data mining, maybe on top of that, machine learning. So they can use the language of this. As you can see in that drop down, you could have choices between Python, Scala, C#, Spark SQL. You can use any of this language to go and query that data from the data lake or from the data warehouse and then do some whatever you want to do.
Theo, quick question.
Mm-hmm.
I am enjoying this very much so. And, you know, if, for instance, at my company, I want to make this as a proof of concept. Is this lab or data available for testing?
Okay, so that's a good question. So, but basically what you're asking is that obviously there's a lot of stuff in here. There's a data lake, there's a data warehouse. Are you talking about the worldwide importers data set somehow so you can import
Correct.
it?
Yes.
I think this is one of the standards. Let me do a little bit of research here. If not, I have to go and ask
So
the.
this is excellent. I think this actually shows the capabilities you can get from this environment.
Yes.
And it's, I mean, so far, for instance, by using this session on the notebook, without writing any piece of code, I mean, I'm getting results, which is very good.
Excellent. Okay. So there is a sample database. I'm gonna put the link for the worldwide importers database. but I personally don't have it installed, so I don't know how much data does it have. So it will be interesting to know if Microsoft actually has done any changes to that database. And I want to see how big the tables are. So fact cell. $12 million. So fact sales, for example, the one that you're going to be querying later on is 12 million. Fact order is only 2 million. No, less than that. Fact movements. That's very small. So I believe what they did, they just, Piotr, right? Piotr asked this question? No?
Yes, you. I was able to access the link, and definitely they guide you through the creation of that database environment.
Yeah, I think that's what they use. I don't think they added more data. You would expect, you know, if you want to demonstrate the scalability, to have hundreds of millions, maybe billions of rows, but it looks like what they did, they just restored that database. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually pose this question to Microsoft and see if they can give you, see what if they've done anything.
Because what I was able to do about a month ago, I downloaded the information on the New York taxi driver company.
Yep.
But that one actually doesn't have much information compared to what you have over here. And this is really good to to create a proof of concept.
Yes, I agree. Contoso will be another data warehouse that I use, which is a little bit larger. Actually has around, I would say, 20 million in fact tables. You can search that one also. That's the one. That's the database that I'm typically used to demonstrate Power BI scalability. I posted the name, so you can search that one as well. It actually has less tables, but I believe more data. That would be another good one. But let me ask Microsoft.
Okay, thank you, dear.
So when you're done with lab 4, again, that's the last lab, please drop me a message in the chat window to know how many people actually are done and how many are still working. We have plenty of time. Don't want to put pressure on you. I think we have all the way until schedule. Till 1 o'clock actually. So we have 40 more minutes. Exercises 1 to 4. Don't continue with exercise 5. Are you guys still working on the labs? Which exercise you on?
I'm in number 2. I have to increase the size of the Spark because it wasn't running the queries because of the provisioning on the number of CPU. So I have to increase the capacity in order to actually run those queries.
Okay. Two. Okay, it looks like 2, yeah, because there was a lot of steps in there. I would say don't worry too much about Spark. I know there is a lot of steps that ask you to do about the Azure Data Factory, and mostly because we have to replace, since they give you a template, they have to replace your ID I have to copy activities and things like this, clone them so actually it can run. Well, it looks like the estimate of 1 hour and a half, it's kind of inaccurate. That's good feedback. So we have 15 more minutes. If you cannot finish it, don't worry about it. Again, you have quite a bit of time in these vouchers to kind of continue on your own. But I'm going to give another 15 minutes and we'll start at 1 o'clock with the second part. In fact, probably I'll recommend skipping exercise 3 because we're going to expand that Power BI exercise. Exercise 3 is kind of a joke. Anyway, it's very simple. So maybe you can skip that one, since the next section we're going to kind of go in much more details about Power BI and Synapse integration. The exercise 4, it's actually very simple exercise, very quick, to demonstrate the difference in the kind of different distribution options. So no lunch break today, sorry guys. I wanna, if you're done, we're gonna be starting the second part. I wanna get some lunch, make it a working lunch. Don't have time for lunch breaks. Yep, excellent. I'm gonna give it a couple of minutes. The good thing is that you don't need the labs to be completed to continue with the Power BI portion. Okay, so I know some of you are still working, probably most of you are still working on the exercises. Well, let's take a break. So I can finish at least the second part of the training. So let's just recap what we did in the first part. We learned, Microsoft were kind enough to have all the environment provisioned with the data lake, the Synapse workspace. In the Synapse workspace, we had a couple of pools. We had the Spark pool, and I have a SQL pool, right? Then we use the Synapse Studio in the first exercise, we did some ad hoc exploration. We saw that there is a cloud-based development environment called Synapse Studio, which has several sections. In the data section, we saw that we can link storage accounts. And by doing this, we can also explore the data interactively by using SQL and connecting to the SQL on demand endpoint, right? In the second exercise, we actually looked at how we can work with notebooks, assuming that maybe we have users that prefer to use notebooks in different languages to explore data. We also saw how we can load data into a data warehouse by using Azure Data Factory. In Azure Data Factory, we have a concept of a pipeline. Those of you who are familiar with SSIS pipeline, think of pipeline as a package in SSIS. So what we did, they ask you to work on this enriched data pipeline that had two activities. The first one is a copy activity, and the second one is the enriched data. And you saw how you can connect activities together. Just like in SSIS, we can connect tasks together. Now, for some obscure reason, then to make the things more complicated for you, the Synapse Studio decides to split the Azure Data Factory development into two areas. So the orchestrate blade, it's for the pipeline. The develop blade gives you access to data flows. But actually, both concepts are Azure Data Factory concept. So typically, if you don't work in Synapse Studio, if you go to the Azure Data Factory Studio directly, you will add activities. And one of the activities is the data flow activity. So basically, to create that mapping data flow, they drag the data flow activity in here. Now, they created a new data flow. Now, one thing that emphasizes the fact that this integration actually is lacking in features is that, remember when I told you that Azure Data Factory supports two data flows, mapping and a wrangling data flow. Wrangling actually is Power Query. If you use Azure Data Factory directly, you will see a choice here so you can specify which data flow type you need. But this choice is not here, which means that the wrangling data flow is not yet supported in Synapse Studio. So once we have that data flow, once we add an activity of data flow, you can double click on it. This portion that you worked on If you have SSIS experience, this is the same as the data flow kind of experience in SSIS. Essentially, you're transforming data as the data streams from the source to the destination. All right? But I just wanted to emphasize this because you are working on different things, but essentially this is just Azure Data Factory. I'm sure that at some point I'm going to figure out a good reason why Microsoft decided to put data flows in the data flow section and pipelines in the orchestrate section, but that reason now escapes me, right? So personally, as I mentioned many times, I would prefer to use with Azure Data Factory Studio directly from a development standpoint experience instead of actually trying to, instead of going with this unified experience. If you find a good reason, please let me know. I just don't see it right now. I also emphasized previously the fact that mapping data flow, it's typically, I don't personally use it. I do ELT pattern. But in case you do, in case you need to transform data as it moves, it's there, right? So we can use it. Best practice though, especially for data warehousing loading with lots of data, is to ELT, basically to just use the power of SQL actually to do it. Stage the data and then you load it, do the transformation in SQL, install procedures and things like this. So it's going to be faster. It's going to be easier for you to develop. You don't have to learn a completely different way, especially if you're coming from SSIS. So it simplifies things a lot for me. So that was exercise 2. In exercise 3, they showed you how you can create Power BI dataset. And Power BI dataset, we can create it usually in Power BI. We use Power BI Desktop. But again, to kind of give us the unification story here, they ask you to create it from in the Power BI section in here. This is, again, one way of doing things. The way I would prefer is to open Power BI Desktop, go to Get Data, a typical Power BI Desktop flow. One of the connectors that we have is Synapse. You can just use that connector. And from that point, you know what to do. You know, you just put the server. The server, so I mean, one little benefit of the unified experience, it kind of hides the connection string for you, but it's not that difficult to get it, right? What you have to do is just go to the Azure portal, go to your Synapse Studio, copy that endpoint from here. That's the SQL endpoint. And then go back to Power BI Desktop, click plug in the server URL here, and you're good to go. Right? So that's what the unified experience saves you. Great. So that was exercise 3, very simple data set with very simple report. We're gonna, again, expand much more on that. So that's why I'm saying that exercise 3, probably you can easily skip it. And in exercise 4, they show a little bit of the optimization, you know, because as I mentioned, Azure, although it's based on SQL Server, Azure Synapse is one-of-a-kind SQL Server. It has, because it's an MPP appliance, you have to actually, when you create your tables, you always have to worry about how this data is going to be distributed. Is it going to be hash? Is it going to be a round robin, or it's going to be like every node has its own copy of the data. So this is a little bit more advanced concept, but they demonstrate if I hit that data warehouse directly, and if I distribute it in the right way, the performance of the query is going to be better. Of course, if you have a semantic layer on top of that, that actually caches the data, like analysis services tabular, then that optimization really, I mean, in this case, the reports are going to be hitting the semantic layer, not directly the data warehouse. But in case queries are going directly to the data warehouse, aggregating data, these techniques become important. So what I'm going to do next, I'm going to actually continue with the second part of the exercise, which is the more on the Power BI side of things. You know, what considerations we need to follow when we create Power BI semantic models, and how we integrate Power BI with Azure Synapse. And most of this part is going to be focused on the data warehouse portion, the data warehouse, the SQL